Turn around. It's on there. Yeah, in there. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so then you probably have to make them another thing. Yeah. And then just take it off. Well, we didn't see the main. Yeah, so we don't really need to. NNPA and the NNPA fund board members to meet in the back for the processional with the drummer.
Where? Let's use the open gathering. Okay? This oh God, oh you back. That means in first grade, we give you honor and respect. Asheda, Mutla. Next grade, saints, what we call the saints. Orisha. How about some of them? We give you honor and prayer. Almost go low, ego. The one with the owner of the day, the night. The also you. Ibadet, the ancestor. And they give us permission. Ibadet, the ancestors are good. It doesn't mean saying the wolf. It means the drums are calling lyrics. And then the rhythm that you play is the rhythm that's calling the people together. The community drum brings people from all over. And that's why we use it, because you all are coming from all over. To start, we have to do libation. Libation is to honor what the song is there. First created, next created. If you begin this whole gathering of you all, and the ancestors of you, because without you, we wouldn't be. News for us to be. Belong to us. Those ancestors need to be honored. So as the presiding over people, like a quick libation for me. May I have the eldest person in the room to raise their hand. The eldest person, I'm 72. Anybody older than me in this joke? There you go. May I have your permission to continue? Yes.
Yes. You can thank you, Almighty God. You can thank the mother, the father, the faith, and your honor and praise to our ancestors. You got mouth. You got mouth. There's nothing happening to any of us. And we're ready. You're watching. You make sure you're engaged in coming. Yeah. But you get it back. We're going to get it back. I'm not ready to start. I'm not going to start doing stuff. We're down and stuff. Everybody, you got to be okay. Madame. I was afraid I had to call my man out because I won't give too long. Big Ben.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yep.
Yeah, you can one.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Francis Tony Draper, CEO and publisher of the Afro-American newspapers, and also a member of the Fund Board, National Newspaper Publishers Association Fund, and first vice chair of the NNPA. Madam Chair Lady Richards asked me to share a prayer this morning in advance of the rest of the program. I had the privilege in January to publish a book called Prayer and Pen, the Prayer and Legacy of Carl Murphy, publisher of the Afro-American newspapers, 1922 to 1967. Our Daily Bread Ministries published it, and Karen, I know I only have this one copy, maybe two. But I want to share a couple of Carl Murphy's prayers that were written more than 70 years ago. But just a couple. Listen to this one. Oh, dear God, help us to do the work of the world without bluster or brag, or what we call tooting our horn. Let us remember that whatever comforts or material things we accumulate in life are only loaned to us for a season. And when we are inclined to talk of I and glory and thee, help us to remember that thou hast planets, stars, and suns in orbit, And so far as we know, they make no sound. Amen. We thank thee, Lord, for this glorious day and the privilege of being alive and for the health and strength to. Thank you for the gifts thou sendest. May we let our light so shine that it will illuminate that which is good and beautiful and magnify our Father which is in heaven. May we stand strong and firm against despair, falsehood, rudeness, hatred, pessimism, racism, and prejudice. Help us to represent thee in thy world and truly reflect thy light to all men when the sun shines and the shadow falls. Amen. Now, God, we ask that you bless the National Newspaper Publishers Association. We ask that you bless the National Newspaper Publishers Fund. We ask that you bless these publishers in the room, including all chambers. We thank you for those who are being enshrined this morning. We thank you for the leadership. And may our lights so shine before men that they may see our good works, but give you all of the glory. And the people of God said, Amen.
Right, hey, Sue. Every time. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Black Press Day. We celebrate the voices, the stories, and the truth tellers that have been shaping our narratives, well, since the mainstream realized we have our own narratives to tell. For those of you who don't know, my name is Aaron Jacobs. I'm the program manager of the Moreland Spingarn Research Center, where we take Black history very seriously. In fact, we take it so seriously, I guarantee you, if you come into the center and you miss a historical figure, like 5 of our employees will jump out of the stats and correct you. Guaranteed. Before we get the show on the road, I would like to give a special thanks to the Moreland Spingarn Research Center, my tribe, the who are proudly stored in the research center. Seems folks, Black journalism, and they're just getting started. I would also like to acknowledge the National Newspapers Publishers Association Fund for being a cornerstone of support for the Black press. And of course, I would like to thank our corporate sponsor, Nissan. And for those of you who are keeping track, good news, there's no reason to boycott them so far. But what I wanted to say is that today is more than just about history. It is about the that started in 1827 with the first Black-owned and operated newspaper, the Freedom's Journal, whose motto was, "We wish to plead our cause," which, long story, in my interpretation, really means we like to tell our own story. Thank you. And that's exactly what the Black press has been doing for nearly 200 years, telling our stories, telling our struggles, and telling our victory. So we have an amazing program for you. Sit back, relax. I promise I'll try to keep us all on time, because even though Black press is timeless, well, you guys didn't all book your time off in your calendar to hear me ramble on. So thank you very much. Thank you for coming to celebrate the power of our press and our truth tellers, and happy Black Press Day. Okay, now to give you a proper introduction, I am here to introduce Miss Karen Carter Richards, a distinguished second-generation publisher who serves as the publisher and CEO of the Forward Time. Following in the footsteps of her parents, the late Lenora Dahl and Julius Carter, both enshrined in the distinguished gallery of Black publishers, Ms. Richards continues their legacy of excellence and commitment to the community. Ms. Richards is the immediate past chair of the National Newspaper Publishers Association and the current chair of the NNPA, National Newspaper Publishers Association Fund. Let's put our hands together.
Welcome to an amazing day. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed members of the Black press community. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to our celebration of Black Press Day here at Howard University. This year's theme, "Where History Meets the Future of Black Media," resonates deeply as we commemorate a remarkable milestone, 198 years since the publication of Freedom's Journal, the very first Black newspaper on March 16, 1827. The Black press has been a vital voice in our communities for nearly 2 centuries. From its inception, it has served not only to inform, but also to empower, uplift, advocate for justice and equality. In an era when our stories are often marginalized or overlooked, the Black press remains an essential resource, amplifying the voices and experiences of Black individuals and communities across the nation. As we gather here today, we reflect the past and strive to understand the crucial role of the Black press in today's society. In an age dominated by digital media and rapid technological changes, we must consider how we can harness our legacy while adapting to modern challenges. The Black press not only preserves our history, but also paves the way for future generations of journalists, media creators, and advocates who will carry forward the torch of truth, accountability, and social justice. Before we proceed with our program, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the dedicated members of the National Newspaper Publishers Association Fund Board. Their tireless work and commitment to the mission of the Black press inspire us all. Please join me in recognizing the NNPA Fund Board of Directors. Vice Chair, Mr. Bob Vogel, would you please stand? She's here at the Telegram. Treasurer Janice Ware is not with us today at Atlanta Tribune. Mr. Bobby, Chairman Bobby Henry, NNPA Chair, West Side Gazette. Our newspaper. She's not with us today. Fran Farrer, the County News. Cheryl Smith, Texas Metro News. Community Board Member. I like Mr. Lester, good Junior. Each of these individuals has played a crucial role in supporting our initiatives, fostering the growth of Black-owned media, and ensuring that our voices remain heard in an ever evolving landscape of journalism. As we look to the future of Black press, we must remain resolute in our resolve to tell our stories, challenges, injustice, and create a media landscape that represents the rich diversity and strength of our communities. The future of the Black press is not only about sustaining our present, it is about innovating and guiding the next generation of media professionals to build on our legacy. Together, we can continue to champion the causes that matter most to our communities, serve as a platform for emerging voices to ensure that the Black press flourishes in the years to come. Thank you for being here to celebrate this important day with us. And let's carry out the spirit of the Black press into the future with pride and determination. Thank you very much.
Okay, so these two men need no introduction, but I'm gonna try anyway. Dr. Benjamin Chavis, a native of Oxford, North Carolina, who began his civil rights journey in 1963 as a youth coordinator for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. An ordained minister in the United Church of Christ, Dr. Chavis has held numerous leadership roles, including executive director and CEO of the NAACP, national director of the Million Man March, and currently president and CEO of the NNPA. His unwavering dedication to social justice and equality has left an indelible mark on our nation's history. And Bobby Henry Sr., the esteemed publisher and CEO of the family-owned West Side Gazette newspaper in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Under his leadership, the West Side Gazette, in circulation since 1971, has become one of the oldest Black-owned newspapers in South Florida, dedicated to empowering the community through insightful and reader-sensitive reporting. Mr. Henry also serves as the current chairman of the National Newspaper Publishers Association, or NNPA, guiding Black press institutions nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We welcome all of you. This is a great day, another day that the Lord has made. I'm going to speak a little later about the state of the Black press, so I won't prolong my remarks. welcome. I'm glad to be here in my alma mater, HU. With the Black Press. And I don't wanna, step on Bobby Henry's toes, he's a cute. Well, when everybody clap for the song, lift up their voice and sing. I just wanna let you know that James Weldon Johnson was a proud singer. This is a great day, and to the families that have been enshrined today, this is a sort of an answer to our prayers, where we don't lose sight of those who make it possible for us to be where we are today. Our ancestors, our foreparents, not only deserve recognition, but we have to make a responsibility and to keep that legacy alive. So God bless you and thank you for coming today. Okay, I'm gonna beat up on Dr. Chavis and his fraternity, which is a great fraternity. Nothing bad to say about it. But any rattlers in the house? And the song with Gary Watson singing was from my alma mater, Baltimore Memorial University. Say that. Okay, good afternoon, as the chairman, and I decided to write this down because if I didn't, I could be up here forever. With everything that's happening in this country, if we could spend the rest of the week talking about the injustices and the importance of the Black press and our need to write the narrative. So I'll stick to what I wrote, if that's okay. As the chairman of the NNPA, the National Newspaper Publishers Association, AKA the Black Press of America, consisting of over 250 Black-owned media companies, not just newspapers, but we have our social media, we have our websites, we have our podcasts, we have a plethora of ways of getting the news out. It's an honor to stand here before you at this historic gathering, where we will enshrine the legacies of trailblazing publishers who dedicated their lives to truth, justice, and the empowerment of Black communities. Today, we do not simply reflect on their past contributions, we ensure their names and their work live on, joining the ranks of those who have gone before them and shaping and the enduring legacy of the Black press for almost 200 years. The Black press has always been an institution. The Black press has always been more than an institution. It has been a movement, one that has carried our stories, our struggles, and our triumphs through generations. The publishers we honor today were more than just storytellers. They were guardians of history, fearless in their pursuit of truth, unwavering in their service to our people. Their newspapers were battlefields of justice, their words weapons against oppression. They fought not only for visibility, but accountability. They covered the stories others refused to print. They championed our progress and stood firm against the forces that sought to silence us. They made us alive. Though they are no longer with us in body, their spirit and their voices remain. Their work endures in the archives, in the communities they uplifted, and in the journalists they inspired. And now, as they take their rightful place among the great publishers who have gone on before them, we commit ourselves to carrying forward their mission. The struggle for truth and justice is not finished, and the Black press must continue to be the voice that speaks when others remain silent. To all the families, the colleagues, and the communities of those we honor today, know that their legacy is forever enshrined, not just in this ceremony, but in the fabric of our history. Their impact is eternal, and we stand here in gratitude for all they have given us. May they rest in power, and may we continue their work, understanding that the struggle never ends. Long live the Black press. Thank you.
After this, I promise I'm gonna stop giving long introductions, but this guy's my boss, so I wanna get this right. Dr. Benjamin Toth is the director of the Mullen Spingarn Research Center and professor in the Department of History at Howard University. He's a historian who researches and writes about culture and politics in Africa and the African diaspora. He earned his BA in history at Howard University, HU, class of '96, and his doctorate also in history at the University of Chicago. Prior to joining Howard, Toth was professor of history at Temple University. He has also taught African history at Hofstra University and Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Kumasi, Ghana. But more importantly, what I think he would want you to know is that he is the proud father of 2 current Howard University students, a great manager, and he's got a pretty good sense of humor. So let's give it up to Dr.
Good morning. I'm honored to move to be here and honored to move to see you all here. Dr. Chavis, always honored to see you, Ms. Richards, Mr. Henry. I told Aaron not to do that. I just said, just say my name and I'll come up. What he just did is gonna be longer than what I'm gonna do right here. And I have no written remarks, but thank you, Aaron. Thank you for organizing this. It's wonderful to see everybody. Happy Black Fest Day. Later on, if I get out of line, but I'm gonna say that the pillars of the Black community, we have our schools, and I consider Howard, shout out to the Rattlers, but Howard is the flagship HBCU. We're pan HBCU at Mullen Spingarn. We love all of our schools. So our schools are very, very important. Of course, the Black church and other religious institutions have kept us going. But the Black press, Baba, with the drums, Baba said, the voice of the ancestors, the Black press is the voice of the ancestors. Sure, right? You can't do anything about the Black community. You can't write our history, you can't tell our stories without the Black press. Shout out to all the publishers here. If you can stand up, we can acknowledge you. I grew up in Harlem, New York. We had the Amsterdam News every week. We had to go to the newsstand back then and pick up Amsterdam News. A friend of mine who was a colleague when I was at Hofstra said, and I'm emotional today. This is tough. A friend of mine who was a colleague when I was at Hofstra University, this is when George Bush the better invaded Iraq, because we had George Bush the lesser after him. He was from South Africa. He said, I fear for you Americans because you don't know what fascism looks like. So when fascism comes, you won't recognize it. You know, I said, you know, Black folks, we knew fascism because we lived under it until 1965. But now his words ring in my mind. You don't know fascism, so when it comes, you won't recognize it.
Yeah.
Fascism is here now. Yes, sir. Mahmoud Khalil was kidnapped from New York City and extradited to Louisiana for defending the rights of Palestinians, calling genocide in Palestine. He was kidnapped from New York. He had a green card. They had no right to do that, but they did that anyway. I texted my son 3 days ago. I said, where are the protests for Mahmoud Khalil for speaking about genocide in Palestine? He said, good question. The Black press is more important now than ever. You all are doing the most important work in America. Who speaks for us? It's the Black press. Who speaks for us? It's the Black press. I'm not a journalist, but I'm honored to be in a position where you all are doing the work, but we are doing the work of preserving that work to make sure that, what Baba say, the voice of the ancestors. I always call Mullen Spingarn the House of Truth, so we house the Black Press Archive. And what we want to do is equitable access to make sure that people don't have to come to Howard University to read the history of the Black press, to read these newspapers. ProQuest has Amsterdam News, Chicago Defender, those, you know, the big ones, but the small town papers, Nebraska Star, those are important ones. Jacksonville, St. Paul, Minnesota, those are the important ones because those stories aren't told in the New York Times or in Chicago Defender. So we want to digitize these voices and preserve them for posterity. And there's a story to how that happened. And when I came to Howard, the Black Press Archive was in the manuscript division. Shout out to Lita Sue Williams, who's now the curator of archival collections at National Geographic. She was the curator of the manuscript division during COVID.
Wow.
Literally with Dr. Lopez Matthews. Really kept Mona Spingarn alive during COVID. She's here in the back. I want her to stand up. Digitize the Black Press Archive was an idea, was a brainchild. And now we're on the verge of a partnership with OpenAI to bring us into year 5 of the Black Press Archive Digitization Project. We have Digital News Initiative, which really we formed a relationship through NNPA when I spoke there 2 years ago. But really the foundation for the Digitization Project is the Jonathan Logan Family Foundation. If not for them, I'm not exaggerating, we would not be standing here right now. And the Jonathan Logan Family Foundation is here, Jonathan Logan is here. If they can stand up, be acknowledged. All of them, yeah, with a lot of team that equity and access. You should be able to sit in Accra, Ghana, and get the Black Press. You should be in Choco, Colombia, and get the Black Press. The Jonathan Logan Family Foundation has really pushed us down. They've been winning ourselves to make that possible. Now, it was an idea. It was an ambitious idea. It was a crazy idea, and it was a little more ambitious than we thought. But we're gonna make it happen. So thank you to the Jonathan Logan Family Foundation for making this possible. I also want to acknowledge the team. So the Black Press Archive digitization team, they worked really hard. I think Brandon, who's the senior manager, project manager, I think he was all of the Black Press Archive, please stand up so you can be acknowledged. And we have a student team. We have this is important work. We take things that are important for granted. We take things that are important for granted. For example, Baba Lewis. Baba Lewis is around, he's been around for decades taking pictures, and he's here today. There's Baba Lewis. He was just taking pictures. He's at all the events at Howard University in DC. We take things that are important for granted, but we have to step aside sometimes, step back, and acknowledge how important it is. We are in a very critical moment. My friend said, Americans don't know fashion, so they don't recognize it when it comes up. This is fascism, my friend. Your work is more important than anything. So I salute you, continue the work. We want to continue to support the work. Happy Black Press Day. I appreciate all that you do, and thank you for being here today.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing today? Good. My name is Sean Plater. I'm the general manager of WHUR and WHUT, Howard University's PBS station, the only PBS station with a license to an HBCU in the country. And we are also a home continuous chronicles that airs on WHUT as well. So glad for the work that we do. Howard University, I like to say that Howard doesn't just talk it, we do it. And we own these properties And so we're doing radio every day, we're doing television every day, and we're really telling the stories of our community and what matters to us. And so I'm grateful for the journalists that are on our team that continue to tell the stories and allow people, and especially our young folks, to see people on television and on radio that look like them. I was a kid that got into this industry because I saw somebody that looked like me and knew that I could do that too. And so we want to make sure that we keep that alive and going. So today, as we celebrate National Black Press Day, we reflect on the impact of the Black press overall. A voice that's been steadfast, resilient, and essential in shaping our community's narrative. Since its inception in 1827, the Freedom's Journal, the Black press has been more than just a news source. It's been a lifeline. At a time when mainstream media refused to tell our stories, the Black press emerged to amplify our voices, expose injustice, and celebrate our achievements. It has chronicled our struggles, our triumphs, and our relentless pursuit of equity. Here at WHUR and WHUT, we're proud to stand on the shoulders of those pioneering journalists who knew the power of storytelling. They understood that information is more than just power, it's the foundation of progress. From the civil rights movement to today's fight for social justice, the Black press has been the heartbeat of our communities, ensuring our stories are told authentically and truthfully. Now more than ever, with efforts to roll back so much progress, the Black press has to be the heartbeat of the community to deliver fair and accurate information to our listeners, viewers, and readers. At WHUR and WHUT, we've been that voice for over a half century, providing accuracy of information and engagement. But the work is far from over. We still have much more to do in an age of digital misinformation. The role of trusted Black media is more critical than ever. We must continue to champion truth, empower our youth, and foster a platform where diverse Black voices are heard and celebrated. I'm proud of the work that's done here at Howard University, again, with these platforms of WHUR and WHUT, but more importantly, the students. I'm a Howard University alum as well, and I'm grateful for the education that takes place in this environment, for the internships that we provide, for the work that's happening throughout this university, and for the work that's being done with Moreland and taking care of these stories, these precious stories that need to be held firm. So I ask today, as we celebrate Black Press Day, that our students, that our journalists of the future, that you just remember the legacy and the folks in this room and what you have on your shoulders. A lot of folks have paved the way for you to be able to tell the stories openly and the truthful stories that need to be told. So we celebrate the past, we celebrate our present, and we look forward to the future of what our young people will continue to do. Thank you.
I'm Ingrid Sturgis, and I'm chair of the Department of Media Journalism and Film in the Kathy Hughes School of Communications. Greet you as an illustrious member of the Black press. Our department, our journalism department, trains journalists of the future. Howard University has long been a training ground for Black journalists, shaping the voices that tell our stories with truth and integrity. Historically, Black colleges and universities produce 80% of African American media professionals, and Howard in particular has been a leading force for 50 years. Yet, the role of HBCUs in shaping the Black media remains unexamined. Right for an academic paper. Actually, Howard's Black press predates the School of Communications by nearly 47 years. The Hilltop, the nation's oldest collegial Black newspaper, was founded by Geronimo Hurston and Louis E. King. More than just a student paper, the Hilltop pledged to boost the Howard spirit, serve as a medium for expression of student opinion, work for the welfare of the school, and to encourage young men and women to enter the field of journalism. The School of Communications was founded in '71 under President James Cheek, following the 1968 Kerner Report, which criticized mainstream media for failing to accurately depict African Americans. The report called for more Black journalists, and Howard answered that call. Our founding dean, Tony Brown, a journalist and pioneer in Black public affairs programming, helped shape the school. Around the same time, C.B. Powell, a Howard alum and publisher of the Amsterdam News, left a bequest to the university. And for years, our school was housed in his namesake building just across the street, the C.B. Powell building. One of our most influential faculty members, Dr. Lawrence Kagwa, dedicated over 30 years to mentoring Black journalists, and later the District Chronicles as a training ground for aspiring reporters who cover their communities. Similarly, Dr. Clint Wilson, who's here, Professor Emeritus, whose father was a cartoonist at the Black wrote a definitive textbook about the Black press. And we have a long-standing relationship with the National Newspaper Publishers Association. Under the late great George Curry, the NNPA News Service was embedded in our Converged Media Lab for over a decade. Students in the capstone class worked directly with Curry and other NNPA editors to cover events in Washington for Black newspapers. More recently, Discover the Unexpected Fellowship was established, reinforcing our relationship with the NNPA and providing students with hands-on experience while helping to support the Black press. In the Kathy Hughes School of Communications, students in the Department of Media, Journalism, and Film continues this tradition through the capstone Howard University News Service, ensuring our students' original reporting reaches more than 200 Black media companies across the country. Dr. Yana Bryce-Lamb will tell you more about this in a couple of minutes. For many students, this is a transformative experience, one that prepares them not only for careers in journalism, but the responsibility for telling our stories with accuracy and depth. Many return to the Black press in their first job out of school. Our student journalists have covered some of the most significant moments in Black history, including the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, the 50th anniversary of the Greensboro Lunch Counter sit-in, the presidential campaigns of Barack Obama, pandemic, and the January 6th insurrection. We've done stories about food deserts and racial disparities. As we continue this work, we look forward to documenting our contributions through the Black Press archives, ensuring that future generations know the role the School of Communications has played and will continue to play in covering Black lived experiences. Now I introduce you to Professor Dr. Yana Bryce-Lamb.
Black Press Day. It's an honor to serve you, and just by running our stories, our video packages and our articles, it's a big deal for our students. It helps to reinforce the importance of the Black press. It helps to build their portfolios, and they get excited every time they see that you do that, so we really appreciate it. If you aren't on our list already, please contact me and we'll make sure that you are. I'd like to also introduce my counterpart, Professor Jennifer Thomas, who runs our Annenberg Honors Program. So we both teach the capstone classes for our graduating seniors. I focus on print and digital, and she focuses on broadcast. So a lot of the News Vision packages also appear on WHUT, our PBS station, and all of this multimedia content is free for your use. So we really appreciate you picking that up. And one of the things too that we also appreciate the feedback that you send us. We also share that with the students when you compliment them on their work. They've covered the White House. They're covering it in by any means necessary right now. But in the past they were in there, even as recently as last semester. So Rodrika Applewhite, who's the director of Black Media at the White House, she sent this message as she was leaving in January. She said, "Working with your students was the highlight of my time here at the White House. They always ask the best questions in interviews and approach the work in a way that rivaled journalists who have been in the game since they were born." And but with all the students who are journalism majors who work on any of our campus media or plan to, would you please stand? They work for the Hilltop, they work for HUBservice.com. So Trinity, she covered the Democratic National Convention, and she also works with the Hilltop on their podcast as well as articles. We have a candidate for editor-in-chief. I see some of my students currently now, Professor Peter Barry is covering this. She's covering Black Press Week, and Donovan McNeil, who just returned from South Africa. And he also was in was it Abu Dhabi? Yeah. Yes, Abu Dhabi with Professor Thomas and another student, so with Kyle. So it's part of a program CNN had. They did it in Atlanta, then they went overseas. So then you're going to be doing it. There's going to be another one too. So our students are doing a wide range of work. They're doing really great work. They're untangling what's going on right now so they can present that to you. And then also, if you're around next week, please come and join them to celebrate their work. They're doing a relaunch of the news service to upgrade it so that we better serve the audience, we better serve our partners, all of you in the room. So they've redesigned the website, and they'll reveal that next Friday between 4 and 7, Friday the 21st at the Metropolitan Auditorium. And they're also launching a podcast, among other things. So please come out and celebrate them from 4 to 7. They're doing some pop-up entrepreneurship things earlier in the day. But again, we really value this partnership. It's been really important, and you just don't know how much influence you have on our students. Thank you.
Sydney Goitia Doran, and I'm a sophomore journalism major, environmental studies minor from Seattle, Washington. And I have the pleasure of currently serving as the managing editor for the Hilltop. A little bit more about our history. Professor Sturgis and Dr. Lamb already gave us a lovely introduction, but I'm just gonna go into it a little bit more. So as the Hilltop, we are Howard University's student newspaper and the oldest Black collegiate newspaper in the nation. And the story of the Hilltop began in 1924 when two visionaries, Zora Neale Hurston and Louis King, co-founded the paper. Hurston, who would go on to become one of the most celebrated writers of the Harlem Renaissance, and King had a clear vision. They imagined the Hilltop as a space that would unite the Howard University spirit, shape student thought, and serve as a powerful platform for student opinion. They wanted it to be a source of identity, empowerment, and most importantly, a voice for the students. Today, we have inherited that legacy and become even more than that, a cornerstone of Howard's identity, a pillar of the DC community, and a respected force in the field of journalism. With a print circulation of 7,000 and a digital presence reaching over 200,000, the Hilltop serves as both a local and national news outlet. It's a publication that has kept pace with technological changes, transitioning into the digital age in 2002 with the launch of our online platform. In 2005, the Hilltop made history by becoming the only daily news publication in the country run by African Americans, not just in college journalism, but professionally as well. Today, we continue our work with our weekly online issues and quarterly print editions. And in the past year, we celebrated 100 years of the Hilltop by hosting our Centennial Gala and workshops where we collaborated with the excellent community. We also reached record engagement numbers on our website, and when alumna Vice President Kamala Harris used our campus for election night headquarters, we worked tirelessly to provide accurate breaking news to the Howard community and the rest of the country. We also dedicated time to becoming multimedia with our podcast, The Hill Talks, as well as our photo essays and video stories from our visuals team. So as we think about the meaning and purpose of Black Press Day, it's particularly meaningful to the Hilltop. We represent young people and the next generation of the Black press, and this is something that we do not take lightly. Every interview we conduct, every story we write, and every grammatical edit we make honors the journalists who came before us and had to work twice as hard to earn their bylines. Now more than ever, with the intense influx of information and misinformation, our responsibility to report ethically and keep our founders' mission in mind is critical. As we look toward the future, we can only imagine how the Hilltop will continue to evolve, but one thing is for certain. We will always remain a reflection of the Howard spirit, a testament to the power of student-driven journalism, and an unwavering voice that provides accurate information to the Howard community and beyond. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here before you all today, as we commemorate and celebrate the start of the Black Press. A couple things, before me, the executive director for the Center for Journalism and Democracy, Dr. Khalida Settleman, she was supposed to give a couple words, but she had a family emergency, so just keep her in your thoughts and prayers, please. I do want to acknowledge two folks that are in the room today, and I believe somebody mentioned earlier, but Dr. Wilson, I see Dr. Wilson, you wave your hand, sir. So can you give me your hand? So I serve as a senior project manager for the Black Press Archive Digitization Project during the day, but most of my time at night, I'm a PhD student in the history department here at Howard University, where I'm researching the start of the Black Press Archives and how it came about. And another person I would like to acknowledge as I go forward is, I know Leela's in the back, but let's go with you, raise your hand. Well, when she was the curator of the manuscript division when I started here almost 3 years ago, and she gave me some of those first documents on the history of the Black Press. She quickly told me, you know, you need to find out who Clint Wilson is, because he wrote the history of the Black Press, released in 1997. It was published here at Howard University. And that was the start of my dissertation research. So I'm honored to share the history of the Black Press Archives with you all. And our team, our great team, give the Black Press Archives team a hand. In a minute, and I know it says Cameron Evans, but Cameron's actually doing the check-in, so I want to fill in, but I'm always willing to give the floor to the students. If you know who I am and you know what I stand for, I believe in the students, not only as one, but majority of our staff are student, graduate, and undergraduate students. So, but he's over there doing the check-in. And so the history of the Black Press Archives, you know, this was a pivotal initiative that has preserved and safeguarded the legacy of journalism for well over 5 decades. The establishment of the Black Press Archives marked a defining moment in African American historical preservation. It was not just about collecting newspapers. It was about ensuring that voices, stories, and struggles of Black communities, as recorded in the Black press, would not be lost to history. Before this initiative, much of the documentation on Black newspapers was scattered or at risk of being lost. The mainstream archival institutions did not prioritize the preservation of Black media, making it necessary to create Black controlled archival spaces that could counter the historical exclusion of Black voices. The Black Press Archive was officially founded in 1973. The same year, Moreland Spingarn Research Center became an official research center at Howard University. This was the result of a groundbreaking collaboration between Howard University and the National Newspapers Publishers Association, otherwise known as NNPA. The NNPA, formerly the National Negroes Publishers Association up until around 1956, which was founded in 1940 by John H. Singstack, publisher of the Chicago Defender, had long worked to advance Black journalism. The decision to partner with Howard University represented a significant step toward creating a permanent institutional home for Black press materials. The goal of this collaboration was twofold. Number one, to create a dedicated space for long-term preservation and accessibility of Black press materials. And number two, to collect office files, personal papers, photographs, and memorabilia from prominent Black journalists, editors, and publishers, further enriching Howard's archival holdings. Though the Black Press Archive was officially founded in 1973, the vision for it, however, began earlier in 1965. Let's skip along here a little bit. Excuse me. It really started with the Black press leader known as William O. Walker, the gentleman in the light colored suit. He was the editor and publisher of the Cleveland Call and Post. He proposed the creation of an archive and gallery dedicated to the Black press. Walker recognized that without proper preservation, much of Black history journalism would be lost. This idea gained further momentum when in 1973, NNPA president Carlton B. Goodlett the publisher of the San Francisco Sun Reporter, formally proposed the creation of an archives of the Black press in America to Howard University president James Cheap, who was there to write of Dr. Goodlett. Cheap immediately embraced the idea and authorized a joint initiative between Howard and NNPA to bring the archive to life. To oversee the project, the NNPA established a Black Press Archives Committee, first chaired by Emory O. Jackson of the Birmingham World, and later led by William Walker after Jackson's passing in 1975. To ensure the success of the Black Press Archives, the NNPA board laid out 4 key commitments. All NNPA newspapers would send one complimentary copy of each edition to the archive, ensuring a steady flow of Black newspaper materials. Number 2, pre-1965 photographs from member papers would be submitted for cataloging and preservation, with publishers still able to access and reproduce their materials as needed. Number 3, members were encouraged to deposit personal and professional correspondence, awards, memorabilia, and photographs at MSRC, ensuring the materials were preserved and made available under appropriate restrictions. And number 4, the program would also collect office files, personal papers, and recordings from the notable journalists and publishers, housing them within the manuscript division at Howard University for research use. And a lot of the gentlemen I mentioned, their personal papers are currently sitting at one of the Spingarn Research Center underneath the manuscript division. And anybody can come and access and do research for them now. The Black Press Archives aim to create a central repository for Black press records, addressing the historical loss of documentation from more than 2,700 Black newspapers that had been established since the Freedom Journal, and which was the first Black newspaper in 1827. This initiative wasn't just about collecting newspapers. It was about preserving the historical and cultural record of Black communities. The Black press has always been more than just a source of news. It's been a space for advocacy, pushing for civil rights and social justice, representation, ensuring Black voices and stories were told, community building, serving as a unifying force for African Americans across the country. Thanks to the vision of the leaders like William O. Walker, Emory O. Jackson, Carlton B. Goodlett, James Cheap, the Black Press Archives remains a critical resource for scholars and students and the public today. Our digitization efforts at the Black Press Archive Digitization Project ensure that these historical newspapers and photographs are accessible to future generations. While the work of preservation is ongoing, the foundation laid in 1973 remains strong, ensuring that the rich history of Black journalism continues to inform and inspire. And in conclusion, the creation of the Black Press Archives was a monumental achievement in African American historical preservation. By institutionalizing the collection and study of Black journalism, this project has safeguarded the legacy of the Black press, ensuring that its contributions are recognized and remembered. Thank you for your time and enjoy the rest of the program.
I know it's in this thing. Here is our
Thank you. This is, very sacred ceremony to me. I would like for Denise Lloyd Barnes, Clovis Campbell, and myself, our parents are already in the gallery. I would like you to please stand. Inducting our two honorees into the Gallery of Distinguished Publishers. You can start the first thing.
Dr. William H. Lee was born in 1936 in Austin, Texas. His parents, Reverend Charles and Carrie Lee, moved young William and his brother James to California in the early 1940s. After first living in San Francisco, the Lees moved to the Del Paso Heights area of Sacramento, where William and James graduated from Grant High School. Lee attended Sacramento State University and went on to earn a Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of California at Berkeley in 1957. In 1970, he was awarded an honorary PhD from Southeastern University. After graduating from UC Berkeley, Lee had short but fruitful employment stays with both Aerojet and IBM Corporation in Sacramento. His dream to establish his own firm led him to open his own real estate company. However, while his real estate career was very successful, Lee was driven to provide a much-needed voice for the African American community. Lee invested in what would become his life's work when he and local radio connoisseur Gino Gladden and businessman John Cole launched the Sacramento Observer on November 22nd, 1962. A short time after starting the paper, Gladden passed away, and Cole moved on to other business interests. In 1965, Dr. Lee and his wife Catherine became sole owners of the paper. The Observer has been named the nation's best Black newspaper 7 times, and is considered the most honored Black newspaper in America, having received more than 700 national, regional, and local awards for journalism excellence and community service. Over the course of his distinguished career, Dr. Lee has earned a national reputation, often considered by many as the dean of the Black press in the West. Before retiring and handing the reins of the Observer over to his son Larry Lee, Dr. Lee published a newspaper longer than anyone else in California's history. A recognized business leader, Dr. Lee served on the board of directors of national and local companies such as Methodist Hospital of Sacramento, the advisory board of Wells Fargo Bank, and many others. He also served as a board member of Blue Cross of California, where he played a critical role in the launching of the California Endowment. One of Dr. Lee's proudest professional accomplishments was being appointed by Governor George Deukmejian to chair California's Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Holiday Committee, helping to establish the official observance of Dr. King's birthday as a statewide holiday. In 2012, William Lee College Prep, an elementary charter school, was named in honor of Dr. Lee, something he was very proud of. In January 2015, Mayor Kevin Johnson awarded Dr. Lee the Mort Friedman Legacy Award, which honors an outstanding individual who has made notable civic and community contributions within the Sacramento city and region. Over the years, Dr. Lee has been very involved in a number of civic and political organizations, one of which was the co-founding of the Men's Civic League of Sacramento. This group of active, professional Black men served as a catalyst for the creation of several offspring organizations, including the Sacramento Urban League. Dr. Lee's life and legacy has been written on the pages of the Black press. His launching of the Sacramento Observer in 1962 changed the course of history in California. The Observer continues to provide relevant news and service for an underserved audience whose appetite for meaningful information and content go unmet by the mainstream media. The work was plenty. but Dr. Lee always referred to more than 50 years of publishing as a blessing. The ever grateful publisher said that he was constantly reminded, we can do all things through Christ who strengthens us.
And Chairman Henry, can you go on, please? We would now like to honor the family of Dr. William Lee. May I see the Lee family to just please stand?
Can someone cut the screen off, please? For the pictures? Thank you. Thank you. Cause that's not proper. Welcome. I'm sorry. Y'all know I can't. I can't. Cut it all. All the way off. Yeah, that'll work too. Thank you so much. And use your flash.
First, giving honor to God, of course, and thank you so much to NNPA and the NNPA Fund, and for all of those responsible for making this day happen. I'm Larry Lee, currently the publisher of the Sacramento Observer News. This day with my big brother. Many of you, if you've been around NNPA for at least the last 30 years or so, you mostly know me. But if you're older than that, you will remember Bill, and because most of our heyday years of the Observer in those, late 70s and early 80s, Bill Jr., Billy was right there beside my dad, toiling for hours and hours, trying to make the Observer the best black newspaper in America. And we're proudly stand on that. Folks oftentimes forget that there are black people west of Texas. And so, but yeah, this day would mean a lot to my dad for sure. He dedicated his life to the black press, and passed that sort of commitment to me for sure, because I grew up in this business and I love the black press. I love our people. And I cannot wait to share this and bring this back to our staff, because we know the shoulders that we stand on. And so I want to just thank everyone who had a part of this ceremony. And we're just very grateful and thankful and humbled to be standing here with you all. Thank you, recognizing my father for all of his hard work and dedication. I'm very honored to be here, and I still work in media. I just do work with comedy and stuff like that, and I think it's carrying on the legacy in a whole nother little realm, but I'm very happy to be here and very honored to be with all of you.
Hey everyone, hello, welcome back. Sorry for the technical difficulties. So we know that you all are hungry, I know I am. So for now, what we're gonna do, keep the show on the road, we're gonna skip to lunch. And then when we come back, as soon as we come back, we're gonna do the plaque acceptance, all right? So we hope to see you when you come back. I think lunch is a buffet style. We're gonna be calling tables at a time, so.
So we're gonna load the video really quick. We have 2 seconds. We'll get it.
Trying to be crazy, yeah, like, we're live.
All right, so as it turns out, we are gonna go to lunch. So, we're gonna do it, table by table, 2 tables at a time. It's gonna be, buffet style. So, start in order. Tables 1 and 2. Yeah. Yes, go ahead. It's directly to the back. Food is directly to the back.
Yes,
See Kelly, she'll be waiting.
I want to give you a little bit of background. When Walter Senior and Mel Smith married in David, North Carolina, they had dreams of starting families, but they couldn't reach their boy and girl. But it appears that Walter Smith Senior had something, the girls, as he fathered six, one right after the other. Creating after they would ever be a. But then number seven came. Seven was the child, and was the boy, yes. Walter Smith Jr. was the seventh child, born in a family of 7 females. As a young boy, Smith traveled to New York and landed in Penn Station. Looking around, he marveled at all the underground stores rising on in all the media, and thought to himself, wow, how come nobody told me that we don't have roof over? Then came the draft, and Walter was shipped off to Korea, where he sustained authority, but said he was grateful to be alive. He attended North Carolina Central University, where he received a bachelor's degree in business administration. After which he landed a job with automatic data processing in New York, a company in its infancy. They sent him to computer technology school, after which he learned that the company was invaluable. And when he left, he was financially stable. Walter met William Underwood, a man who had a number sheet called Big Red. Early on, Big Red said, predicted the 3-digit number straight, making a lot of people a lot of money. And as a result, Big Red captured the attention of readers from all walks of life. And so it was called Big Red is read by everyone and spread to the country. Walter recognized that this captive audience presented an opportunity to be a positive voice in the community and to create a thriving business world. Utilizing the numbers, we created a full-fledged movement. Considered edgy, Big Red, because of its style and content, became the largest ABC-oriented African American weekly in the nation. Later on, its name was changed to the New York Beacon to be more inclusive. Adhering to the advice of the civil rights partisan, Dr. Carlton B. Goodwin of San Francisco, he said, "You have to say something to the reader." And say he did. Walter was heralded for his briefly provocative editorial that always began with a lesson in the Black history theory. The Beacon was known for its team of photographers who went everywhere, often being the only press there. Word on the street was, if you're a photographer and you need a job, go to the Big Red. Its mission was to shine a light on the people's triumphs and talents. Because New York City's diverse population, the Beacon carried sections called the Hispanic presence and the Caribbean Beat. Walter established a trade with a wholesale meat company, and every year held an event to provide free turkey to the community. And Christmas consisted of a toy drive that was also given. In 2006, both newspapers are award-winning publications. Black papers complained to Reverend Shaw that they were not getting NYPD treatment. After a press conference, Shotton had with the New York City Council head, minority papers were placed on the ad line. To show appreciation, this paper planned a reception for Reverend Al Personage and suggested to those who received the ad line to provide a donation, which is customary in our service. We call it love order. Well, the major press got it on, and doubled its fundraising as a national action network. And the event had to be canceled. But Walter recalled an old adage, no good deed should go unpunished. But in a letter to Walter, Shopton said that no good deed should go unacknowledged. He wrote that a non-factual and belittling article in the Post and other opposing entities made a mockery of Walter's effort. However, he expressed his heartfelt and unwavering gratitude to Walter and the people. One can only imagine the amount of competition for ads that existed between the Black Masons. In an effort to unite them into a cohesive union, Walter founded the Northeast Publishers Association. Its purpose was to enhance the economics of its member paper and better serve the communities through its combined resources. Walter received voluminous letters of appreciation and awards for his service to the community. Walter was a regional board member of the NNPA. Walter came from humble beginnings, not one to seek the limelight. No, Walter was more creative. He believed in carrying his brothers along and in helping others wherever he could. Walter Smith Jr. was a family man and enjoyed sharing his life with others. Walter's mission has been to empower Black communities by using his platform to advocate for social justice issues, which he believes he accomplished during his life.
Hey, Ray, could you please join? Did I see that Walter's birthday was October 2nd? Yeah. My birthday is October 2nd. I don't think I would do that. Oh, God, that was my friend. Well, the Smith family, please stay. No, that's right.
Let's go, Randy. Take a sing along.
All right, in the center here,
That's my dog.
in the center,
That's my dog. That's how we run it.
to your left.
Oh.
He was a very good person, and I have many memories with him, even though it was only 3. Those are my youngest memories that I remember.
Hey everybody, I'm Ash, I'm Walter's son. I just want to take a moment to appreciate everybody that came out to support and show love to my dad. One thing he was really adamant about was the NNPA and the black press and getting the message out. Not much was more important to him than social organization and seeing the growth of his people. And this would mean so much to him, this memory of being at Howard. He would really feel really accomplished right now if he could understand what was happening and the support he was getting from his peers. He would love that. I miss him a lot. It's hard to go to days without him, but he'd be really happy right now. So I appreciate everybody for coming out.
Hi, my name is Grayson Smith. My dad was a good dad. He was a good person. He always taught my dad.
Hi, my name is Chiquita, and I'm a niece, and I miss my uncle dearly. I will always say that I got my entrepreneurial spirit from him. And so there was no way that I would miss this. And so his other niece, my cousin sister, Evelyn, is over there. So I'm just gonna say, because we don't have any rivalries today, that we're the favorite nieces.
Good afternoon, once again. It's been a great day. We salute and congratulate the families who are getting stride today. I have a little housekeeping matters before I get into my comments. First, I was just in Selma, Alabama over the weekend for the Selma March. Got a chance to spend some time with Auntie Maxine Waters. And her chief of staff is here, J. Ellis McGinnis, chief of staff of Maxine Waters. Thank you for coming. We have a number of sponsors for the address, the Google News Initiative, Reynolds, General Motors, AARP, Levy, Comcast, NBC, Universal. I'm not gonna read all this, but I'm a card carrying member of the AARP. But there's a new initiative I just want to share. AARP is sponsored today. AARP and the Ad Council today are launching a new public service advertisement, PSAs, called the Pre-Game, to raise awareness of the free retirement plans resources available at thisisretirement.org. Thisisretirement.org. So if you're in your 50s or 60s, you need to go to thisisretirement.org. This is preretirement.org. Pre-retirement refers to the period in people's lives, typically in their 40s or 50s, when they are closer to retirement than the start of the career, than the start of their career, and planning for the next phase of their life. Because of what's going on in the current administration, there are a lot of people wondering if they're going to have a job to retire. So please, AARP, thank you for your presence, and thank you for this initial program with the Ad Council. So to Chairwoman Karen Carter Richards, to Chairman Bobby Henry, to all of the publishers, I'm going to ask all of the NNPA publishers just to stand one more time. I'm so proud of you. Come from the lowest point. Now I understand this has been live streamed, so everything I'm saying is on the record. That's why I put it in writing, although I may add a little. On behalf of the BlackPressUSA.com and the National Newspaper Publishers Association, I want to explain this first line. You say, well, what's the difference between BlackPressUSA.com and the NNPA? BlackPressUSA.com is owned by the NNPA, but it is now public broadcast to the public. And we've been struggling for years to get a seat in the White House. And the White House Correspondents Association will always say, well, trade associations are not allowed in the White House. You have to be an active news organization. So we recently hired April Ryan to be our Washington bureau chief and senior White House correspondent for BlackPressUSA.com. And I'm pleased to report to you, we're in the White House. I'm pleased to first state for the record that the Black press of America remains on the front lines of authentic journalism, reporting facts and news, as well as continuing to be the vocal, vibrant voice of Black America. For the past 198 years, since the first publication of Freedom's Journal on March 16, 1827, the Black press continues to be an active advocate for freedom, justice, equality, equity, and empowerment. In the veracious words of the initial publishers of Freedom's Journal, John Brown Watson and Samuel Cornish, quote, "Others for too long have spoken for us. We wish to plead our own cause," unquote. That notable quote was editorialized 2 centuries ago. What has changed? What is our cause today? What is the enduring mission of the Black press of America? A lot has changed, but a lot has not changed. Black Americans have made tremendous socioeconomic and political progress since 1827. Today, we're here on the historic campus of Howard University. HU. One of the great institutions of higher learning that continues to contribute to the sustainable progress of Black Americans and others who seek to become social change makers, research scientists, and scholars in numerous disciplines. I refer to these facts to lay the groundwork for today's report on the state of the Black press. The fact is, the Black press emerged out of the Black church to render a visible and accountable antidote to the poisonous mainstream media's demeaning and disrespectful news coverage of Black excellence and progress. Yes, a lot has changed, but a lot has not changed. American racism has not changed. American denial has not changed about the centuries-long trauma that exists today from the genocide and enslavement of African people. American apartheid has not changed. The pseudo-ideology of white supremacy has not changed, although it has become more digitized in social media and institutionalized in a range of government agencies, and increasingly it is growing in a number of American corporations. Our cause today is to continue to report the facts and news as it happens. Yes, we face both new and old challenges. The good news is today, the perseverance and the resilience of the Black press remains relatively intact. However, we need to work on how to best aggregate and distribute our news and advocacy content on all the current and emerging platforms. But print is our heart. Print is how we really make the impact. Even in the digital age, everybody should still get that print newspaper. Can I get an amen? Amen. The financial cost of doing business in the print world continues to increase. The announcement about new tariffs, Lord have mercy, on goods entering the United States will result in higher print costs for our member newspapers and media companies. The news reporting industry has changed in response to the advances in technology, digitalization, and artificial intelligence. With the help of the Google News Initiative, many of our member publishers were able to go through a digital transformation. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI programs and processes are really not examples of affirmative action. DEI is not about favoritism of one race over another race in corporate America, government, or in any other social entities. DEI is not reverse racism. DEI was established to encourage, not mandate, more diversity. The truth is, diversity is good for business. Inclusion is good for business. According to the United States Census and the Pew Research Center, the Black American estimated population in the United States has grown by 12 million since 2000, and from 36.2 million to 48.3 million in 2023. That is an increase of over 33% in 2 decades. Remember, these are just estimates. The 2020 US Census undercounted the Black American population by over 1 million persons. These population numbers are important, and that is why we in the Black press know and report that today, the Black American population in the United States has already exceeded 50 million. The Black press is the trusted voice of over 50 million Black Americans throughout 50 states. We have Black people who reside and work in Alaska, Idaho, and Wyoming, the places that most people don't know Black people are. In the United States, 2025 marks the continuing browning of America that was first reported and documented back in 1998. That report caused joy for some and fear for others. Today, the so-called Project 2025 has detailed strategies that today are being implemented with complete impunity to oppose and to negatively objectify and to really come out against the browning of America. DEI and woke have become condescending code phrases to stir up fear, hatred, violence, and social regression that threatens the very fabric of the future of American democracy. We have to continue to plead our own cause. And that cause today includes confronting and challenging the rampant contradictions of the far right who are trying to usher in American fascism. Sisters and brothers, ladies and gentlemen, the Black press of America is needed today more than ever before. Today we have 245 print publications and 13 digital and online publications who are members of the NNPA. In addition to the 258 publishers, there are many more preparing to join. The value of the Black press cannot and should not be understated or underestimated. We're in an era of the so-called fake news and alternative truths that are all simply lies that we will challenge. Yet, we have to do more than just react to the negative journalism and attempts to reframe and to distort our value and contributions to advance America. There's no other national news reporting organization that has the local, national, and global reach of the Black press. Let me say that again. There's no other national news reporting organization that has the local, national, and global reach of the Black press. I have a colleague that works for AP, and you know, the AP was just banned from the White House, Associated Press, and they have 50 bureaus, a bureau in each state. And I would say, well, y'all got 50 bureaus, we got 258 bureaus all over the country. We are a syndicate, we are a collaboration, we are a togetherness of not only the production of news, but its distribution and its impact. But we have to just fully understand what it means to be in the Black press today and get others to understand and appreciate the value. We trade in advertising, we're not just selling media impressions. We're selling influence. We're the trusted voice of Black America. And we're not going to give up that trust for anything. The Black press, the Black church, and HBCUs, along with other Black-owned businesses, have to plan and determine a pathway forward. We cannot afford to get overly distracted every day, reacting to the current repressive and backward policies and actions of those in high places. I mean, the news cycle is full. I cut my TV off because it's just repetitive over and over and over again of the guile, over and over again of the backwardness, openly, you know, to chip away at what democracy means, to chip away what equality means in America. We are reminded of that New Testament scripture in Ephesians. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of the world, against spiritual wickednesses in high places. Spiritual wickedness in high places. Some of the highest places in America. The White House, the Supreme Court, and the Congress. Spiritual weakness in high places. I know this has been live streamed. I know you all gonna have a heart attack. This biblical scripture applies prophetically to what we are facing today. From the very beginning of the Black press, we have been a praying people, a singing people, a unifying people. Pleading our own cause necessitates that we do not lose sight about who is ultimately in charge. Faith in the God of justice and liberation has always undergirded the sustainability of the Black press. The relationship between the Black church and the Black press needs to be reasserted. We need a Black church, Black press revival. Chairman Bobby Hinkle and I were in Selma, the 60th anniversary of the 1965 march on Alabama for voting rights across the Independence Bridge. And before we had that symbolic bridge crossing, there was a meeting at Tabernacle Baptist Church in Montgomery. This is a historic church because this is the first church in Alabama that had a quote unquote mass meeting. Mass meeting. It wasn't a funeral, wasn't a wedding, wasn't a baptism. It was a mass meeting. What is a mass meeting? A mass meeting is called so that everybody in the community not only is called, but everybody in the community responds with their presence. Now, the pastor of the church at that time was threatened not to have the meeting. The speaker, 2 weeks before he was killed, was the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. at Tabernacle Baptist Church. And when we were sitting there this past weekend, I was saying, you know what? We need to have some more mass meetings. What if all of our publishers in each city give it the leading Black pastor in that city? And let's call a mass meeting. A mass meeting for what? To outline our progress. One of the things that we have to understand, brothers and sisters, we're not going to make progress without our people. We have to represent and touch our people, our communities. And they have to know that when we're out there on the front line, that we represent their interests. And of course, there's an intergenerational situation in the Black community. We have young people, some not so young, and some who are my age. But the truth of the matter is we need everybody. And so I was pleased to be in that church, to participate in that mass meeting over the weekend. It just reminded me of the power of the Black church and the power of the Black press if we get together. Not just when a tragedy happens. We need to get together to prevent tragedies from happening. We just react to oppression. We need to be planning our liberation, planning our progress, planning our advancement as a people. In order to overcome the spiritual weaknesses of this day and time, requires all of us to be spiritually strong. Because of our tax status, we are nonpartisan, but we are also non-stupid. We have to start preparing for 2026 now. We're in 2025. What are we going to do in 2026? Are we going to allow these backward people continue to represent us in the Congress of the United States?
No.
Are we going to allow these people in these state legislatures continue to chip away at our voting rights, continue to take away our scholarships for HBCUs, continue to take away our health care, continue to take away our Medicaid, continue to take away our quality of life. Yes, Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, all on the chopping block. The Black press will work diligently over the next 18 to 20 months to arouse our communities on the importance of civic education, voter registration, and engagement. We need to inspire and to motivate the largest Black voter turnout in American history across this nation in 2016. We have to prepare for it, brothers and sisters. Don't wait till 2016. We need to start that right now. 2026. Yeah. Let me say that again because I know we're being live streaming. We need to inspire and to motivate the largest Black voter turnout in American history across the nation for 2026. We will work with the Black church, Black-owned businesses, and with HBCUs to achieve this goal. Black Americans spend more than $2 trillion each year in the American economy. $2 trillion. We're the richest poor folk in the world. $2 trillion. We control and spend. We are today coordinating a national public education and selective buying campaign with respect to Target because of Target's disrespect of Black America and retrenchment of DEI. A number of our publishers, and I want to thank all of you who sent in their chat sheets. It's a beautiful thing to see publishers across the nation put out our editorials, put out our news cover, put out our symbol. That's Target. That's our symbol, Target. A number of our publishers have joined the campaign. The impact of our united efforts has already been consequential. Today, Target's monthly revenue is down to over $15 billion. They're not going to be, I know we're going to have a meeting with them soon. I'm pleased to announce that the Black Press of America is also joining forces with the Reverend Dr. Jamal Harrison Brown, pastor of the New Birth Missionary Baptist Church in Atlanta, Georgia. This young, vibrant pastor has emerged as a national Black church leader. When I was the head of the NAACP, Jamal Brown was my youth coordinator, my youth director. I've known him for many, many years. He's a great preacher, great organizer. And he called for, we're in the Lent season, 40 days before Easter. So people are fasting by not going to Target. Yeah. And somebody say amen. Amen. We agree with how Reverend Brian explained his mission. Quote, I believe in the power of God, of God's word, to reveal, repair, and to restore. We may be looking to the wrong hill. From whence cometh our help? It's not Capitol Hill. And sometimes we get so overfixed with trying to appeal to those who don't have our interests. But we keep our hands in God's hands, acknowledging God as the real power. We can be able to sustain all these other situations. Simply put, we are in a struggle. It's a local struggle, it's a statewide struggle, it's a national struggle, it is an international struggle. But that is our history. That is our present. And that will be our future. Struggle for freedom is part of our DNA. 500 years of enslavement could not and did not break our spirit. I tell young people all the time, I think I said this last year at this time on Black Press Day. If I've learned anything in my 70 years, I've learned this. don't ever let anybody or anything break your spirit.
All right.
We have had hard times before. But it's been our keeping our hand in God's hand, keeping our spirit intact. Because once they break your spirit, they got you. And it's hard to get back out of their clutches once they break your spirit. So always be on guard of all the disappointing information, of all the disappointing misinformation that's out there. It's calculated to make you think that we are in a hopeless situation, or to make you think that we have to appeal or go kiss the ring of the new king. And so we have to rally ourselves and stay spiritually strong. There's a God somewhere that hears our prayers and answers our prayers. Frederick Douglass, Black publisher, said it best. If there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess to favor freedom and yet depreciate agitation are those who want crops without plowing the ground. The Black press of America continues to plow up the ground with our publications and our applications, both in print and digital. It is our job. It is our calling. It is our legacy. It is our responsibility to fight and advocate for freedom, justice, and equality. We must continue to plow up the ground. We need to plow up Project 2025. We need to plow up racism and anti-Semitism and any other ism that attempts to deny the oneness of all humanity. In conclusion, the Black press is alive and well in over 250 places across this nation. Yes, we are struggling, but we are making progress in the face of renewed evil forces of oppression. Thank God for the Black press. Thank God for HBCUs. Thank God for the Black church. We have to keep publishing. We have to keep struggling. And we know that we will continue to make progress. God bless the Black people.
Dr. Cheetah's another hand. Yeah. That same spirit, if you want to see the energy of the Black press, look no further than the team at Moreland Spingarn Research Center that's representing the Black Press Archives. One more time, if you all can raise your hand, the current team right now. Miriam still here? Miriam, yeah. Miriam was one of our former students also, so she's in the PhD program. Can you give Miriam a hand also? So I'm gonna give my year three report. For those that do not know, the Black Press Archive Digitization Project began in 2021 thanks to the $2 million gift given by the Jonathan Logan Family Foundation, which is right there in the back. And for us, it was important to emphasize the digital piece. So right now, you all see the QR code up. If you can get your phones out, scan that QR code. It'll take you to all of everything for the Black Press Archive Digitization Project. So our social media pages, you can see where our digitized publications will be uploaded. There's a link in there for any NNPA publishers that want to upload their publications, their digital publications. It's the one-stop shop right there on that QR code in the spirit of the digitization project. And so thank you all for doing that. I just gave recognition to Jonathan Logan Family Foundation. I also want to recognize Nissan which is one of the sponsors for today's event, and also the Google News Initiative team, who could not make it today, but they followed suit with the John Logan Family Foundation and gave $760,000 to the Black Press Archive Digitization Project. So the Black Press holds a wealth of publications, the Black Press Archives holds a wealth of publications from across the globe, as you can see behind me. Over the past year, we have continued to digitize and catalog a variety of Black press newspapers, expanding our collection across multiple continents. Some of the publications now included in our digitized collection originate not only from the US, but Ghana, the UK, the Caribbean, all over the world. We have a bit of the world in our collection here at Howard University. I was just in Ghana with the Howard University History Department, and I was able to talk with some of the folks in the Black press publications over there, and it's nice to know that we have some of their collections right here at Howard. This year, though, for year 3, and it's a 5-year project, which again started in 2021. So for year 3, which is last year, we made a strategic decision to focus on US publications, prioritizing those in the public domain. So for newspapers published from the inception on the Black press in 1827 up to 1929. So it's 95 years for publications in the US to go digital without any kind of copyright issues. Essentially, this means we are preserving the first 100 years of the Black press and going to make it accessible for millions across the world. As you can see on our screen, our mapping component illustrates the collections we have digitized to date and the locations and the number of publishers in each region. Our goal remains to have all public domain newspapers fully accessible via our Digital Howard platform by the end of the project in 2026. The mapping component you see was developed by 2 of our newest computer science student employees. I'm not sure, here we are right here. So see them this season, raise your hand there. You probably saw them at the check-in table, but when I tell you they are just wizards and really propelled our project to the next level. And also want to acknowledge Thomas Shea, Maven over here, also the Black Press. Click the QR code. I got to give it to my man Corey back here, who's on our social media. So anything you see on our social media, Corey, on TikTok, real everything. Okay, you can find what we're doing with the Black Press Archive. Our computer science students have made remarkable contributions to the efficiency of the security of our digitization process. Among their achievements, they've developed a scheduler software that delegates tasks to the machine to run during our off hours as far as when we're scanning. Implementation of security practices and storage solutions. They've created an intelligent scheduler program that automates multiple OCR tasks overnight, reducing the need for us to do things during the day, which has really just eased our process. At BPA, we consider AI a crucial tool in preserving and accessing history. Currently, we are utilizing AI to assist in page segmentation and metadata creation, automating key steps in the digitization process. Looking ahead, we are exploring AI's potential to showcase our work in innovative ways. Imagine a chatbot capable of answering questions based on our archive material here within the Black Press. That's what we're working on right now at Howard University. And it's being built here at Howard University. I want to make sure that's clear. To dumb it down even more, for those who are familiar with ChatGPT, imagine a ChatGPT where the answers are coming directly from the newspapers, the Black Press. So that's what we're working on here at Howard. Another significant highlight from this past year is our continued collaboration with the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. Through the Bringing the Lessons Home internship program led by Jamil Miller, who I know could be here today. This program we launched last year brings us ambassadors preparing for college, giving them hands-on experience in researching Black press coverage of the Holocaust period. They have also played an important role in scanning and tracking metadata for our collection. One of our program participants, Michael, is Michael here? Okay, Michael, you raise your hand. All right, so there's Mike. She's one of my interns. She's now at the University.
So we're happy for Micah. And she was with us for the first 2 years in the program. In addition, we partnered with the Tomorrow's Leaders DC Youth Program, welcoming 3 high school students into our space. Through this program, we provide mentorship, help them develop professional skill sets, and introduce them to the world of historical preservation by allowing them to scan our newspapers from our collection. Tomorrow's Leaders DC is a vital youth developmental program that offers a trauma-informed, holistic approach to serving young individuals from underserved communities. We are proud to support their mission and look forward to continuing this partnership. And when I tell you the faces of these young people when they were around Black and brown people in this space, it just really made their day. All the stuff that they got going on in their lives, they felt safe when they came and spent time with us. So that was an amazing time there. Another one of our major milestones was the launch of our annual BPA fellowship program for HBCU scholars. So we had the privilege of hosting Dr. Laura Marshall from North Carolina A&T and Jewel Campbell, both of whom spent a week conducting research on our brand new microfilm scanners for patron use. Their time with us was invaluable, and their forthcoming publications will further illuminate the importance of the Black press. You'll hear more from Jewel later today. Where's Jewel? Can you raise your hand where you are? So you'll hear from Jewel in a little bit of her story. And for those that are interested in how to apply for our second annual fellowship, Loveless will have an update with that when she comes up and speaks. So this report just scratches the surface of what was done this year for the Black press, an extraordinary year for our team. Our work continues to evolve. And with the support of our sponsors and partners and dedicated team members, we are making significant strides in preserving and sharing the history of the Black press. So again, thank you all for joining us today, and I'll hand it over to, I believe Trinity's next, but really quickly, for those that are the publishers that are in here, again, this QR code here will take you directly to the link to upload your publications if you choose to. I know a lot of folks have their own digitization process going, but if you want to preserve your legacy here at Howard, we highly encourage you to upload your publishers. A number of publishers are doing so. I don't have this right here in front of me, but a number of NNPA publishers are currently sending us their digital copies every time they publish something. So we really thank you for that, and I'll hand it over to Trinity.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I am Trinity Webster Bass. I'm a senior honors broadcast journalism major and Afro-American studies minor here at Howard University. And I also serve as a reporter and audio producer for the Hilltop, as well as for Howard University News Service. But today I stand before you as a humble member of the Black Press Archive Digitization Project. And I first got my start at BPA back in the summer of 2023. And I've always had an interest in the Black press, but I was apprehensive at first. It was my first experience working in the archives or doing any type of archival work. But by week 2, I was definitely fully immersed in the world of Black press and what it means to preserve and catalog our history as Black people. This was a pivotal moment for me because while working at BPA, I was definitely just eager to gain hands-on experience with both the physical newspapers and the microfilm, which is how we store the digital form of these newspapers. I came across so many newspapers that I didn't even know even existed, from the New York Amsterdam News to the Ghanaian Times to even my own hometown newspaper, Black press newspaper, the Jacksonville Free Press. And that was really eye-opening to see how Black people in my own community were contributing to the world of Black press. And following that time, I kind of took a hiatus, but I came back. I was so excited to come back as a Roland Spingarn Research Scholar, and I rejoined the program last year. And now as a scholar this year, I really had the opportunity to move from categorizing things and doing inventory to now doing metadata. And I just wanted to talk about like what that actually looks like. So an important part of the project is having these newspapers in a digital format so that they will be accessible to one-day researchers and all of you if you wish to access them. And part of the metadata is looking at each and every individual newspaper and seeing what type of information is there, what can I gather from these newspapers. That includes, important dates, important names. Are there name changes? Are there publication changes in the name? Who were the editors at the time? Who were the correspondents at the time? And just being able to see on a daily basis the progression of these newspapers is what I do every single day. And this is such a powerful aspect of this process because I get to engage with our history firsthand. These newspapers serve as a living record of African American history, covering everything from the civil rights movement to community achievements, but also just what's happening in the world on a daily basis. And as a Black journalist, I've always understood the importance of media and representation, but working at BPA has given me a newfound appreciation for what it takes to be a Black journalist and what it takes to be a part of the Black press. It showed me that the Black press has not just been reporting news, but it's also been about advocating for people. It's about amplifying marginalized voices, and it's also about documenting stories that often go untold by the mainstream media. Second, I wanted to talk about how this project and being a scholar has really deepened my understanding of journalism and also my understanding of Black history. It's just strengthened so many skills that hard and soft skills that I have, including doing research, doing archival work, as I mentioned before, while working with the metadata of each of these newspapers. So first I started off with organizing and structuring each of these, the archival content, making sure that it's accessible, that we can know what is exactly in our archive. Using this information and also information that's also provided by all of you to kind of detail what's in each of these newspapers. And also working with different types of tools, different metadata tools to digitize all of these, the information within these newspapers. Through this project, I also come to realize that it's just so important to preserve our history. Without projects like BPA, the countless articles, the photographs, the perspectives that you all have contributed would be lost in time. So I think that's one of the biggest proponents of this project. These newspapers hold the stories of our ancestors, our struggles, the highlights, the downfalls, the victories, and our dreams. This experience has definitely solidified my belief that journalists are historians. We are the first record of the news. We are the first record of what it means to live this daily life as a Black person. And as the future of media progresses, we have a duty to not only tell the stories of today, but also ensure that stories of the past do not go forgotten. Working with the Black Press Archives Digitization project has definitely been an eye-opening experience that I am so grateful to the BPA team and of course Brandon for including me here. And it has definitely both shaped me professionally and academically. Above all, I just like to say that the Black Press Archives has taught me that white legacy newspapers are not the end-all be-all. That the Black press, we give power to our stories, we give power to who we are, we give power to our histories, and it's our duty to protect, preserve, and remember our stories. It has strengthened me as a journalist, deepened my understanding of the Black media and our history, and reinforced my commitment to preserving Black voices on a daily basis. To the fellow journalists who are in the room, to the publishers, whether you're just reporting, researching, whether Black press and our archives is just something of interest to you, I just wanted to say that our work really matters and that this is the work that must continue, especially in this day and age, with all the many issues that we're facing as a community. The Black press has always been a powerful force of change, and by ensuring its legacy continues through the Black press archives, we are actively shaping the future of Black storytelling. So thank you so much for listening to me and indulging in me and just hearing about my experience at PBA. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Lovelace Guafo, and I am the Assistant Project Manager of the Black Press Archives here at Howard University. It is an absolute pleasure to stand before you today as we celebrate another milestone in our Black Press Archives digitization journey. Before I dive into today's exciting Year 4 announcements, I just want to take a moment to recognize the incredible team that has made all of this possible. Without their dedication and expertise, we would not be in a position to share these major updates. So I want to express my deepest gratitude to our full-time staff. Alexis Wolford, our archives librarian, has overseen the cataloging and metadata process with precision and care. Rachel Jones, our image specialist, has been instrumental in maintaining and spearheading the quality of our scans, ensuring that every detail is preserved. Corey Kueku, our communication specialist, has taken on the essential task of uploading our completed scans, making them accessible to the public. I also want to acknowledge our incredible student staff, Tanashe, Mike, Cameron, Husseina, Wale, Maven, Siam, Season, Trinity, and our volunteer Patrick, who have balanced their academic responsibilities while remaining committed to this project. Their dedication and hard work are truly commendable, and we deeply appreciate their role in preserving Black press history. Let's give them a round of applause. Now, on to the exciting updates. So, I'm thrilled to announce that we have officially begun uploading our digitized publications to Digital Howard. Digital Howard is the university's platform for all its digital collections. This marks a pivotal moment in our efforts to make these invaluable historical records publicly accessible. We couldn't think of a better way to launch this initiative than with the first Black newspaper ever published in the United States, Freedom's Journal. Established on March 16, 1827 in New York City, Freedom's Journal was more than just a newspaper. It was a declaration of Black agency and a vital platform for African American voices at a time when mainstream media excluded them. The very first issue of Freedom's Journal boldly stated, "We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us." This sentiment continues to resonate today, making it only fitting that Freedom's Journal is the first publication made available through Digital Howard as we commemorate the founding of the Black press. But this is just the beginning. Throughout this year, we will continue uploading more publications, focusing on newspapers that fall within the public domain. Our goal is to ensure that our resources are available to researchers, educators, students, and the public. Looking ahead, we remain steadfast in our commitment to fully digitizing every Black newspaper within the public domain by the end of this project in December 2026. This ambitious goal reflects our dedication to making these historical materials widely accessible, ensuring that the voices captured in these newspapers continue to inform and inspire future generations. Beyond the digital realm, we are also thrilled to announce a major development for scholars and researchers. For the first time ever, the Black Press Archives is open for research requests. Our collection spans newspapers from across the Black diaspora, including publications from the United States, the Caribbean, Africa, and beyond. While not everything will be available on Digital Howard, researchers can now request access to the full collection through research appointments. Starting today, you can submit research requests through our website, making these vital resources available to those who seek to engage with them more deeply. In addition to expanding access to our collection, I am honored to announce the launch of our second annual Black Press Archives Fellowship, a program dedicated to supporting scholars researching the Black press. This fellowship is designed to amplify the work of HBCU scholars outside of Howard University, ensuring that these invaluable materials are accessible to a broad network of researchers at no cost. Our goal is to further the study of the Black press and its profound impact on American history and culture. Last year, we had the pleasure of welcoming our first two research fellows. Dr. Laura Marshall conducted research on the history of Black churches in Philadelphia, while Jewel Champbell focused on cultural preservation through visual storytelling and will soon present her findings. This year, we will select 3 new fellows who will be announced on May 19th, 2025. These scholars will have the opportunity to engage in an immersive research experience using the Black Press Archives for 1 week of their choosing between June 23rd and August 15th, 2025. Before I conclude, I want to take a moment to highlight Jewel Champbell, one of our inaugural BPA fellows. Jewel is a Brooklyn-based photographer and archivist committed to preserving cultural and identity through historical research and visual storytelling. She currently serves as a research fellow for the Black Press Archives here at Howard University and a lab technician at Photodome, a Black-owned film lab and camera shop in Brooklyn. A 2023 graduate of Morgan State University, Jewel owned her passion for capturing cultural narratives as a student. Her work intertwines archival history with contemporary perspectives, creating a powerful medium for storytelling. She is also a researcher in Pulp Culture's Community Research Circle and founder of Black Ground Press, an initiative exploring history through tangible creations. It is my pleasure to welcome Jewel Champbell to the stage to share more about her work and research.
So I have one question. Am I supposed to cue the slides to Brandon? Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Jewel Champbell. Hi, thank you. So I'm gonna begin my presentation by again introducing myself. My name is Jewel Champbell, and I'm a multimedia artist and archivist from Brooklyn, New York, specifically Coney Island, which is located in South Brooklyn if you've ever visited. I'm an alumna of Morgan State University, specifically the School of Global Journalism and Communications, and I have a Bachelor of Science in Multi-Platform Production. Over the past week, I had the opportunity to conduct research within the Black Press Archives and learn more about the crucial role that Black Press Archives plays in preserving the legacy of Black journalism, offering invaluable insights into narratives and perspectives that have historically been underrepresented. Thank you. So basically, why is this fellowship important to me? I came across this fellowship while searching for post-graduation opportunities such as internships, fellowships to really get into the field of archival studies and just to pursue my passion of being an archivist. I wanted to mainly expand my knowledge of archival studies and gain hands-on and emphasis on hands-on experience working with publications and visual archives. Throughout my matriculation, I began contributing to my visual archive through photography and other mediums, including collage work as well. During my senior year specifically, I created an archival project titled A Tribute to the Past, A Pleasure, Our Future, in response to the absence of our annual creative publication, The Promethean, which is our yearbook. So during my research, I had found out that, this is in 2023, I had found out that the yearbook had not been active since 2019. And that was bothering me, and also the fact that it wasn't in print, to emphasize what was stated during the State of the Black Press, how print is very important, especially yearbooks, as those are annual publications. And what is shown on the screen right here. So I photographed different students as a way of bringing back what they used to do with the yearbook, and I documented their and also I documented their oral history by asking them what words into them. So throughout these interviews, I created postcards. Instead of these postcards featuring archival portraits and technical help. This is a physical collage piece. And I also incorporated some images from the yearbook as an after the postcard. I asked a student, for example, what Morgan means to them, and they said essentially anything, that's it. And here's actually a physical proof of concept of what this inspired me to do, which is launch my own press initiative. And in the back, I also have the archives as well in print, and I even restored the old logo of the Promethean that was from 1976, and also just the text from different students. Through the archival preservation of past materials, including text and photographs alongside present-day documentation, I aim to reconnect with the past and highlight how future generations are visually represented. I explored how archival materials can extend the life of these moments in time and encourage reflection on the significance of this space, because a lot of students did not know that we had a yearbook. And that was just bothering me a lot. And even just speaking with alumni from 1972 and 1996, they talked about how the yearbook was definitely active on the campus. Also, I had the opportunity to showcase this project at Parsons School of Design in New York City, which was a valuable experience in sharing HBCU's history within other institutions. To go on to the third slide, thank you. So, particularly for this fellowship, I used a microfilm scanner, which I've never had the opportunity to use. So I just wanted to emphasize how this fellowship really providing with access and just accessibility, how that's very important. Even post-graduation, being able to have access to a fellowship like this meant a lot to me. I looked at reels of the New York Amsterdam news from 1922 to 1929, through which I encountered a column or feature dedicated to poetry that was referred to the Poets' Corner. I've never heard of this, and this was interesting because I had noticed before 1920 they didn't have it. So I'm guessing that it was established within the 1920s, but I definitely will further my research when I get back to New York. Throughout the fellowship, I had the opportunity also to connect with staff from the Black Press Archive, staff from MSRC, and current students, which was really insightful for me just as a photographer, being able to just learn more about everyone. Not only did I learn about their ongoing digitization projects, but I also enjoyed gaining insight into what led them to contribute to an archival space. Hearing about their personal journeys was truly inspiring for me, as I am an aspiring archivist and a historian in practice. Engaging with the Black Press Archives provided me with a deeper understanding of the societal contributions and challenges faced by the Black community, underscoring the importance of preserving these histories for future generations. So we can go on to my, thank you, the discoveries. So this is a brief showing of the different discoveries that I had found and notable findings. I was particularly interested in researching artistic contributions such as poetry, advertisements, comics, and cartoons, just seeing how during different time periods, Black people express themselves through submissions and comic strips or through the Poets' Corner as a separate side of journalism to kind of hear and kind of understand what Black people were feeling in the 1920s, what were they thinking. So as you see here, I have the Poets' Corner. This is from the New York Amsterdam Review, March 21st, 1923. And this is just mainly a reflection of how someone was feeling just regarding their race and just their ethnicity, and more so reflecting on what it meant to be Black. And have kind of race of mind stood out to me because I honestly haven't experienced a lot of, I guess, like poetry and publications. They still have it, but I thought it was really significant because it was kind of put right into the corner of the publication. So if you were really searching, you would find it. But I know there are people that look forward to this every single as publication is published. And in the middle, this is actually a cartoon from Ralph Matthews for the Amsterdam News from November 1929. And I learned about Dave Meyer. He was a NYU athlete that actually was far from the game of Georgia because of his color. And I have an excerpt from the Afro-American newspaper from October 26, 1929 to give more context. Announcement that Dave Meyer's New York University football star will be benched because of his color when his school plays the University of Georgia here November 9th. has brought a demand from writers and fans that the game should be canceled if Myers did not play. Now, this was in November and this is November 19th, as you can see. So just in general, there was a lot of circulation in print, provided people with just access to what was going on in the news, especially during that time with no social media. A lot of people reflected on their opposition to the decision through art, visual art, as well as through literary forms such as text. And also it said, upon the request of the Georgia athletic officials that the only Negro member of the team be barred from that game, it is understood that that the athletic authorities at the local institution have secretly agreed to do so and publicly declared that Myers is out because of injury. So this is just, even like if I was around during that time, I would have been like, this is absurd. And a lot of people I know they unified to advocate for that as well. Moving forward, throughout the fellowship, I had the opportunity to, I know I had mentioned that, my apologies. Excuse me. Preserving Black history is vital for understanding the complexities of the past and present societal structures. These archives not only safeguard the narratives of resilience and advocacy, but also serve as educational tools that inform and inspire future generations. They ensure that the diverse stories and contributions of the Black community remain integral to the broader historical discourse. And moving forward, this is something else that I had recently found, just being inquisitive and just going into the Black Press Archive space. I stumbled upon a bookcase that was upon the entrance of the Black Press Archive. And this is actually a booklet, I believe, from 1977, March 18. And I also, last night, I was like searching around and looking at the members that were recognized. This is the dedication of the Black Press Archive and Gallery of Distinguished Newspaper Publishers on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of the founding of the Black Press in the United States. So even just being able to physically touch and experience this booklet, I definitely was deeply impacted by that. And upon reading, I had noticed that the plaques that were on the wall when Brandon gave me an official tour, those are actually the plaques from this booklet. And I was deeply moved by that and just deeply inspired. And also, this is the, I have scanned the pages in MSRC, and this is actually the title page of the booklet, as well as, this talks about more so, the internal and their intentions when they purchase the publication, as well as, more so on the Black Press Archives, with our university in that, upbringing. And also, something that was very beautiful to me to even experience was this photo essay on the processing of manuscript materials by William J. Stocking, supervisor of the photography department at Moreland Spingarn Research Center. So in general, experiencing the staff of the Black Press Archives in 2025 and even being able to still be connected with the staff in 1977, which is great to even just connect in time and space. Even just viewing the different researchers, they may have been students or just former graduates of HBCU, just being able to see visually, just within that visual archive, what that experience was like, what that process was like, was also something I connected to deeply. And to conclude as well, why preserving Black press history matters. So why preserving Black press history matters. Number one, I mean, this is a list of 4, but the list is ongoing, trust me. But I wanted to highlight these 4 points. Amplifying Black voices and perspectives. Historically, mainstream media often marginalized or misrepresented African American communities. The Black press emerged as a counter narrative, providing a platform for authentic voices and perspectives. For instance, the Freedom's Journal, established in 1827, was the first African-American owned and operated newspaper in the United States, dedicated to opposing injustices and promoting literacy within the Black community. Documenting social justice movements, number 2. The Black press has been instrumental in chronicling civil rights struggles from early anti-slavery campaigns to the modern fight for equality. By preserving these publications, we maintain a record of activism, resilience, and societal change, led by African Americans. Number 3, celebrating cultural achievements. Beyond political advocacy, the Black press has highlighted artistic, literary, and cultural milestones within the African American community. Preserving these records ensures that future generations can appreciate and draw inspiration from past accomplishments. And number 4, providing educational resources. Archived Black newspapers served as, and still serve as, an invaluable educational tool, offering firsthand accounts and insights into historical events from African American perspectives. They foster a more inclusive understanding of history as well. And in conclusion, thank you. In conclusion, preserving Black press history is a commitment to honoring the voices, struggles, and triumphs of African Americans. It ensures that the rich legacy of the Black press continues to inform, inspire, and empower future generations like myself. I'm 24, by the way, so I definitely am excited to continue on my research project. And one last thing that I wanted to highlight, next steps for myself. How do I plan to integrate this experience that I had at the Black Press Archives into future projects? I plan to integrate this experience into future projects by incorporating the research methodologies and archival insights I gained into my postcard business, Impressionist Press Initiative Blackground Press, which expands its future on preserving and reinterpreting historical materials. Blackground Press is an initiative dedicated to preserving and reinterpreting historical materials through print publications such as zines, mixed media works, and community programming, which I am currently doing, with a focus on Black cultural narratives and archival storytelling. This experience has deepened my understanding of Black journalism's role in shaping narratives, which I aim to highlight through print publications, mixed media works, and again, community programming. Currently, right now, through my research circle, I am hosting community portraits for free. Community portraits for free for Coney Island residents to archive and to preserve the presence of different residents that live in my neighborhood, because when you look into just different media, you mainly just see the amusement aspect, and you don't actually see the people that live there. Even learning about my grandparents coming there in the 70s, that like blew my mind, because Coney Island is kind of in the pocket of Brooklyn mainly. But additionally, I hope to apply these learnings to future archival work, whether through independent research initiatives or collaborations with institutions such as Howard University or Morgan State University or other HBCUs dedicated to Black history. Public programming such as workshops or exhibitions could also serve as a platform to engage communities in conversations about preservation and storytelling, which is very important. And I even, within my sessions that I hold, the photography sessions, I have an opportunity to even interact with youth and show them about medium format photography and how I got into film. Exposure is so important with younger generations, and I know how much that impacted me when I was their age. Also, ultimately, this experience has reinforced my commitment to making archival materials more accessible. And I want to emphasize accessibility and how important it is. So I'm so grateful for this opportunity to even be able to work within an archive and work alongside such talented people, especially with the legacy of the Black press, and fostering connections between the past and the present. And lastly, I would like to thank Howard University for this opportunity. Thank you so much, Brandon, and the Black Press staff for welcoming me with open arms, and my inquisitiveness and my love for archival studies. Thank you so much, and thank you to the staff at MSRC as well. Thank you.
These young people are amazing. Thank you guys for this program with us. I'm going to bring up the National Newspaper Publishers Association Fund Executive Director. She's responsible for everything you see and all the work that goes with the fund. Kelly Hodges coming to the different instructions about the tour.
Thank you all so much for really sticking with us today. It's interesting because when we were planning this, I was like, oh, that's not a long day. We'll be fine. But I see some people have left. So thank you all for sticking with us. I just wanted to really just say thank you to all of you, especially Howard University. The staff is just amazing. So thank you all so much for all of the work that you do. And it is safe to say that we have definitely outgrown this space. So we will start planning sooner for next year so that we can identify a space in this beautiful city to hold this event. It's a wonderful thing to be at capacity, and people have been calling, emailing, texting me. As of this morning, I received a call from a media outlet that wanted to be here, and I said, we are to capacity. Howard will not allow us to have anybody else in this room. So that is a great accomplishment, and it's a good testament to the work that's being done here at the university, as well as the work of NNPA and NNPA Fund. I just want to tell you a little bit about what we do at the fund. We're dedicated to advancing journalism, media diversity, and professional development within our industry, and we provide critical support to Black-owned media outlets and invest in the future of Black journalism. Today I ask for your support. As you know, I am a fundraiser, so if you have one of our beautiful publications, this is the Black Press Gallery of Black Publishers, and the 2 publishers that were enshrined today have been included. There's also a QR code on one of the pages. You can make a donation, and no donation is too small, to NNPA Fund. This will help support our scholarships and any future programming, and also assist us in putting on events such as this. You can visit nnpafund.org for more information. Also, additionally, we are seeking judges for the Messenger Awards. If you are a professional in the field of journalism or mass media and are not submitting an article as an NNPA publisher, we'd love for you to consider serving as a judge. So if you register for this event with your email address, you will receive an email from me later on in the week about Messenger Awards judges. And that we definitely need quite a few judges, because we have several hundred entries that are judged every year. So again, thank you so much for your support of NNPA and NNPA Fund. And I also want to recognize a couple of folks in the room. NNPA Fund, how many of you have been to our website or our social media, follow us on social media? Okay, next year I want everybody's hand raised, okay? Because we work hard on that. So our social media director, Alex Green, with Alex Green Media, she's actually located here in this area. Alex, would you raise your hand? And she's also our photographer for today, and she's amazing. Also want to recognize the NNPA staff that's here to assist. So if you're with the staff for NNPA, please raise your hand. I don't want to and Dr. Shaver. So thank you all so much for your support. This is definitely a team effort, and our goal at the fund is to definitely support and enhance the work of NNPA. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Okay, we'll have a couple of announcements about the tour and.
Thank you. We know we're a little over time. So okay, so how this is gonna work? Thanks to our team and some of the support from Wallace Figueroa Research Center, student staff. We provided a virtual tour because I know some folks may not want to be able to go and some folks gotta leave. So we're gonna play the virtual tour here now, and then we're gonna come around to each table and give you a band if you want to go on the tour. And then right after Mr. Henry gives his closing words, we're gonna start loading the buses. And we'll let you know when we're gonna load the buses, okay? So again, virtual tour, it's about 3 minutes. This will also be posted online for folks that, if you want to see it again. And then we're gonna come around passing out bands. You do not have to go on the tour, but if you do, make sure you get a band, and then we'll start loading by the color of your decision, okay?
Oh, that's okay. I
Sometimes that might be how. Here we have our extraordinary words, moving that first towards. All these boxes that we have, others not. We have 96 little boxes forward. And they all represent boxes full of lightness. Now, if you know about this, you know that you can't have those papers all the way dating back to 1950s and all that. So, this gives us the ability to look at these papers all over the place. Here I have Chicago Planet. January 1st, 2007, moving into 2007. This microphone gives us a chance to look at long periods of time in each paper after this formation. All of these are offended, but they're all different years. So there is a time period of the moment. They also have the glory.
All right, thank you all so much. While we're preparing for the tour, this is the part where we go into a distinguished gallery of publishers and actually place the plaques. So with representatives from the family, we'd like to have at least one or two representatives to go to the gallery of distinguished publishers so that we can get photos as we place the plaque with the distinguished gallery. So with that, okay, so with that, hello. So with that being said, we just on the first leg, the first group on the bus should be Dr. Chavis, Bobby, Chairman of NNPA, and then Karen Carter Richard, and then representatives from the families. We need them on the bus first so that they can we can present their plaques and complete the enshrinement part. This is the part where the plaques are actually placed in the gallery. The bus holds about 30, I think it's a 35 passenger vehicle. So, we definitely want those folks on the bus, and then we will fill the seats up accordingly, and the bus about every 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, also, Black Press Sunday, March 16th at Metropolitan AME Church. Those of you who are in the area, the celebration will continue as we're invited to join us as we commemorate the 190th anniversary of the Black Press, 60th anniversary of the Washington Informer and the press community. And that's going to take place at Metropolitan AME Church at 1518 M Street Northwest, Washington, DC. Close this out. Everybody stand up. Everybody stand up. Everybody stand up. Okay, everybody is standing. Now you sit back down. I never wanted to be said that the chairman of the NNPA didn't move everybody in this meeting. With that being said. So great. On the shoulders of all those who came before them, on the microphone, okay. All those who came before them, we are certainly grateful for everything that you've done and that we're doing. And to the young folk here, in particular, the young lady from Jacksonville, Florida, she left before I could say something. She exhibited the proper form that is needed for the baton to be passed on. You cannot accept the baton if you're not in position. And in order to get in position, you gotta do everything that she said she had done and is willing to do. So in order for us to do what we need to do in passing on the baton is to have those who are a recipient. And in order to be able to receive that baton, all of this history, all of our efforts, everything that we represent cannot be placed in the hands of those who are trying. We cannot afford to do that. So you young folk, if you're in position to receive the batons that we're passing on, please, please, this is who we are. This is our legacy. This is our narrative. And this is what we're supposed to do. And in the spirit of how we do it is as a team. But team is spelled with two M's, TEAMM. Together, each accomplishes much more. So please join the team and be receptive. Put yourself in position, Ashley, and the rest of you young folks to accept this mantle that we're passing on. Thank you to everybody who's here today. And we certainly need your monies to continue the efforts of what we're doing. So thank you so very much. God bless the Black Press of America.
All right. Please, let's get on the elevator. There's two separate elevators. The bus expeditiously because of traffic. The bus can only sit for a few minutes.
The red, if you have a red band, and then the second group is gonna be blue. Second group is blue. Red is blue.